Hello, everybody, and happy Tuesday to you all. It is December 20, or not December, excuse me, March 26th, and we are getting ready to go back into Spirit of Justice. Sorry, I was reminiscing about the whole, like, December type thing and overviewing my last plans for the last couple of months for the next episode of DMA Live. Had December on the brain still already. We've got all sorts of crazy month madness that I've got to deal with. We're dealing with March madness. We're dealing with the cases in May. We're dealing with various different things dating all the way back from December of last year to now. Yeah, needless to say, my mind has been a bit of a scatterbrained. But you know what hasn't been a scatterbrained is those of you that have decided to tune in and hang out. Regardless if you're chatting with us tonight, I do want to thank you very much for all of the love and support. This is going to be the only time that I'm going to be promoting it tonight, but Stream Elements will be chiming in periodically with announcements, so make sure to read those off as well. One such announcement is the Free Lurkers Shoutout, which I'm promoting every stream for this year, 2024. Regardless if you can chat with us or not, I do appreciate you hanging out. If you would like a free shout out, all you have to do is just come to my chat, type in any message, or if you don't want to type a message, just type in the command !lurk, that is L-U-R-K, in the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks and a little ping for dropping on by. And of course, I get a lovely little ping about that as well on my end. On my side, it just says exactly what Stream Element said. Thanks for hanging out, DMA. We appreciate you tuning in while you do whatever you do. Now, for those that missed the last part, Jesus H. Criminy. We had quite possibly the worst case with Maya and Wright on the defense bench. Needless to say, nothing went to plan. Everything fell apart. And under the current case that we had tried, we were found guilty. But before the cuffs could be placed on poor Phoenix's hands, a new investigation has sprung up and a new case has uncovered itself, where the kind of the monk in training who was underneath the abbot, Abbot and me, ended up dead. But now we have a second victim. And we are just introduced to the second crime as well. Just to remind you, time of the crimes is May 10th between 2 and 3 a.m. for Abbott to rest in me. But now we have an acolyte of the high priest who was allegedly stabbed by Maya during the purification rite. The acolyte's name is Pere Zelat. And yes, like I said, in crying, the puns are about as wild as the pop culture memes, and as much as I would love to hate them, I just have to tip my glass to whomever decided that was a perfect name indeed. So, we have a couple other things that I need to talk about. Firstly, this case gets bad at this point in the trial. Phoenix is basically at probably one of the lowest points in this entire game. But, as we all know, we're doing this the right way. We're not doing this the whole RITE or the RIGHT way. We're doing this the right, Phoenix Wright way. So the best way that we can turn this about is by doing another investigation, by putting our nose back to the grindstone, and by figuring out what the ace attorney happened to both the high priest and his acolyte and try to figure out exactly who is at fault for these crimes. Now then, with that said, I need to go and mark off a quick little thing on my board here. And I want to talk to you a little bit about some alerts and some goals that I have from after the stream. Can I shimmy myself over here real quick, please? Excuse me, game. Can you please? Is it this? There we go. So, I do have 3 alerts that I want to read off for you. First alert. We have an active followers goal. Kilometrist, please read that out for me.
Attention. We have an active followers goal to achieve. Early game reveal. Let's work to get to 25.
So, as I announced in the last stream, I have my April game at the ready. The next game that I'm going to be starting on April 6th for game cleaning. If you would like advanced knowledge of what that game is, you are more than welcome to do so, but it is going to be 25 followers. We are currently, at the time of my reading this specific part of the announcement queue, we are currently 17 out of 25. So we've got a little bit left to go. We got like 8 followers if my math goes mathing. But you might have noticed that we gained a couple followers since I was last live. I will be replaying those announcements for you right now. My shout out for tonight's stream goes out to Draco West, who followed me after I gave him the love and support and the raid, as well as Gamer Chris 85. I do want to thank you both for following. And here comes that second alert now. Like I said, even if you give me a follow offline, I queue it up and I replay that for you all when I do go back live, just so it has that all there. And I manually go in and replay those alerts manually, just to make sure that those at least get acknowledged. Now then, with that said, let's bring us back up to speed with the game, shall we? We have some starting dialogue for this. And needless to say, I have not warmed up a whole lot about this. But I'm just double checking my notes here, making sure I've got everything ready to go. Alrighty. So, in this investigation, we have 10 places that we need to move to. Some of them are going to be automatically moving. Others, we're going to have to manually go over there. During this investigation, we're also going to get another opportunity to do a psych unlock. We're going to play around with some psych locks as well. That will not be until about halfway through this. I'm going to try to stick to this as long as I can, but of course, if things do take forever and a day, I will not hesitate to cut to a brief intermission and take a break in between this investigation. After investigation day 2, I will take one break, and there is a break in between trial day 2 that I will be taking as well. So there's a specific, like, to be continued for trial day 2 as well. With that said, and with myself properly hydrated, I forgot about the hydrate command again, and I need to make a note of that. So after the stream tonight, I'm going to add that as a command, so that way Stream Elements can automatically remind me, hey, you should be hydrating. With that said now, let us bring us back into this game, shall we? Now, Need to make sure my scene is set up for all of this. You little shift. I knew you would do that. Okay, toss that in inactive folder. Toss that back there. All right. So now I've got that all properly set up. Let's go on over to scene 6. Where apparently I duck out immediately. God damn it. Hang on. Of course, I would always have some issues with this. All right. So, with that said, here's the deal. We are loading from the save file, which starts us right at investigation day 2. We're going to play through that. First break, guaranteed. Trial day 2 is going to be split into 2 parts. I will be taking a break between both parts. There may be a third break tonight. All 3 of those breaks, I'm going to try to pause the recording and kind of cut that out of the stream VOD. If I can, great. If not, then it's just going to be direct upload from Twitch. With that said, we're going to go right into this and continue things in the Wright of Turnabout. We begin our day on May 11th at 1:03 p.m. in front of Temple. And needless to say, I have not warmed up, so I do wholeheartedly apologize. This is going to sound pretty rough on my voice. But, you know, I gotta just do it. So let's do this. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoked the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty. Tag! Mr. Wright! Ollie, I saw the whole trial. What's gonna happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now... I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sabmati. Yes? This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The 2 murders are most likely connected. So, if I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. Wish I knew what to do. Isn't that... your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it's you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murderer, and under the Defense Culpability Act. Okay. See, she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad as I was found guilty under the DC Act. I'm in no mood to take joy in your suffering. I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as a royal priestess. Well, I guess that answers my question. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Matama yet again? This cannot be! All I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence! Oh, barbed head. I thought you'd already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove my innocence tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But are you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate, like forge evidence? What's this? Well, if left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. Gah. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed head. Yes? I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course. That is the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today, I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But your benevolence! It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten up my load a little bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. The unnecessary evidence has been unloaded into Albie. With this, may the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. With this, we now have just a single page. Your all-important attorney's badge, proof of your profession, the newspaper from May 9th, Trust's autopsy report, as well as the inner sanctum photos, Maya's statement, Lady Kira's warning, the plumed Punisher strap, and the inner sanctum diagram are all that remain of the first case. Everything else has been handed off to Albie. We no longer have to worry about that, at least for the time being. Now then, Phoenix, take it away. Now then, the scene of the crime is a logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. So, let us do just that. Starting off with, we go right back to the scene of this new crime, the Plaza of Devotion. Just got it. I got a whole bunch of like stuff. Basically, it was like unique dialogue if I were to have gone instead to the bazaar or if I were to have chatted with Rafa. I just skipped through all of that because I want to keep things short and concise. Anyway, May 11th, Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. Body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. As a high priest's disciple, Acolyte Zalop was utterly devoted to his training. First the high priest, now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this. How? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. That is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so revealed. Hey, Mr. Wright! Emma! It's a detective from your country again. It's a princess! You seem displeased that I'm here. Oh boy. One sec. Hi. Guess what? I'm gonna have to do some cutting because I forgot to hit the pause, or the pause button didn't properly get hit. But yeah, sorry about that. We had a bit of an issue come up that I had to go and take care of really quickly. But we should be good to go now. Just need to go and get that set up. And then I'm on that same scene, so I don't need that right now. All right. At this point, yeah, we're just gonna continue. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go and do some stream skimming. So, just a sec while I get this properly set up. All right. Can I actually load from the autosave, please? Thank you. Because autosave just kicked in right when I had to go and leave, so I think we're only a little ways back. Right, all right. Whew. So we just moved to the Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police already finished the investigation. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. A body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. As a high priest's disciple, Acolyte Zalat was utterly devoted to training. First the high priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this. How? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your loyal ilk are so revealed. Hey, Mr. Wright. Emma! It's the detective from your country again. It's a princess! You seem displeased that I'm here. Oh, no. Don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. We're just doing your job. And if I had just done mine... Mr. Wright... But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly. I'll help in any way that I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. We now get the chance to split up into two different sections. We can either examine or we can chat with Emma. First option that I'm going to do is we're going to start by actually chatting with Emma, as it will outline a few unique diagram or unique points of dialogue that I need for this case. Let's see. How about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim was praised a lot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, after the rite had wrapped up. So, during the high priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently, he'd been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? And the crime photo for Acolyte Zealot, Pere Zealot, is added to the court record. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that was used to kill the high priest. And the prosecution believes that Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. And then Zealot's autopsy report has been added to the court record. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so this princess of the spirit medium kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sabmati holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses a change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring the temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed Head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you're not dead yet. Of course I'm not! It was but a jest. After all, you're still a dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. And how's that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh, right. Back-shuddering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in a prayer, they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. Which you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes. Arg. Could you tell me a bit more about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbot dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. The Warbot dagger has been added to the court record. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who's been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was a disciple of the High Priest, who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante! I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. Really blew it in court today. So with that, we run through all of the options to talk, but let's examine some things first and foremost. So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolytes a lot. What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. The Namanda flower has been added into the court record. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. Well, it's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze. Or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. Well, it is pretty cold, but maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your Benevolence? What does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know... It says, at the usual spot, bring grub the key too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I've ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Brand new prayer flag has been added into the court record. Okay. The message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sabmati for dereliction of duty. I think that's a bit of a big word for such a little girl. Anyway. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright, and good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone and every place connected with this case. So there is actually unique dialogue if we went to the High Priest's house before coming here to the Plaza of Devotion. Basically, the whole last little bit of, I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected with this case, changes to, well, Barbed Head, is it not time to give up? No, there's still someone I need to talk to first. Obviously, we jump the ship and make sure that we check things out in the proper fashion. So now let us finally go on over to the High Priest's house and talk with Lady Believe. Hello. I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed Head! You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Believe, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her. Of course I'm not! But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. Then there's the fact that Lady Kira did attack Mrs. Emmy. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Prey? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Prey? Miss Simi, you don't really believe that Maya is a killer, do you? I don't know. But that was a verdict. So what else is there? So what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her solely based on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused? That's right. All right, then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Believe? My lovely wife is a devout follower of Quran. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in my Faye's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. So, we get a chance to have a chat about Praise a Lot. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Pare collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? And he'd been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. That's around the same time that Maya arrived in Karayan. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family, too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. And we get to do just that. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Since Maya's in it, it must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Emmy about it. The family photo has been added into the court record. To think it would be their final family photo. That no-good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with 2 men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove my smile is the real deal. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. The Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little more about it? This unlocks new dialogue for the day before. This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. The Feast of Blessing? The Feast of Blessings? Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it's performed, we enjoy dishes full of gingyil, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You love the gingyil-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear? Gingyil? I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? A very good guess, indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day. Wow! Is it really that strong? Well, come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Pere went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Pere's left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. So Belieb's statement has been added into the court record. So Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over. Pere always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now. But I haven't come across any particularly insightful information. Even here. You seem disappointed. Mrs. Emmy, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer. Barbed head? Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Well, we may get a chance to do that, but I want to at least chat with Maya and examine something really quickly here first. So we're in the detention center, and Maya, well, Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in any of this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet. We won't until the bitter end. There's no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of my effet. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted, and... Hold it right there, Your Benevolence! Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nikir's risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to not... No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough! There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong! Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? To the victim's souls or to the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Or do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I would convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom has heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile in your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. From here, we get a chance to talk about Maya. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the ride onward. Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy, and then everything that after that's a blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone! And I'm not the one going around dressed as Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Were you close to Acolytes a lot? We met several times during the meetings about the Wright, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the Wright? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldian's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. So what was Acolyte's a lot like when you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Mrs. Emmy's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and Abba and Amy. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. Ah, but what if she came in from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plumed Punisher TV show, right? How'd you know? Because a real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I get it this time! There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in Khura'in? Can we please stop talking about the Plumed Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Being a real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't of any help. Don't worry, I got this. We'll be at the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at El Dunes, or your favorite burger joint. You pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburg steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like. But first, I have to beat these charges. Ah, I almost forgot. Ak, what is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are we whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind holding on to it for me? Sure. What's the super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestesses who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? Explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written on it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains... secrets? Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You were up to something, I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Sure you are. With that, we get to move back to the High Priest's house, where hopefully Lady Bleep is not there. And she's not. Cool. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Mrs. Emmy is probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for. I'm watching you like a warbot, Barbed Head. You better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. Then get on with it. I would if you'd stop interrupting me. So, it's kind of hidden behind me, so I need to go tuck out for a sec. But down here at the bottom corner has been a little bag here. This is a bag that we need to examine, which has a fairly familiar looking face on it. In fact, if I go to zoom in, that is a Steel Samurai bag. Ah, here's Maya's bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's a Steel Samurai. He's a hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. You look strikingly similar to the Plumed Punisher. Well, they are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between the Plumed Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Well, come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plumed Punisher fan? But I digress. I'd better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets thing that Maya was talking about. The Tome of Secrets has been added into the court record. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Oh, hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoops! Oh. You fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away! Quickly! Before we go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your Benevolence, would you mind if I asked you some questions? So, begrudgingly, we end up dropping the Tome of Secrets, and, well, we get a picture of Lady Kira. I think you guys might know what my screenshot for this case is going to be. But, nevertheless, we didn't come here to do screenshots, we came here to chat, so, Tome of Secrets, please. This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Nina? What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Oop. Very important. What's written inside? Yes, yes. Yes, I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? Your Benevolence? Patience, patience! And the book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? To Krynist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess' voice will fail to reach a person's matama. It is much like trying to send a letter without a recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's name and face. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. Makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed. You must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Cryonism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. The Queen has a secret art? It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. Oh, I think I might know. In Cryonism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the Queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all news to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly wants to tell me all about it. Could you tell me about the secret art of the Queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is a secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. Well, I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer cannot channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Third rate is a bit harsh. I'd settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well, now, I see you've done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and how we maintain our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life, and look to cryonism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature, who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature, driven from their own land. Gaspin Payne definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There's still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. So, her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. Uh-oh. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous! It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination seance was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion. That'd be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and a queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Karain. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something that she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a wit, this breed. On the day of the riot, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Karain would personally battle the insurgents? That is precisely what makes you third-rate. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there! After him! Don't let him escape! What is all that racket? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with a bushy beard? There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait! And with that, the scene automatically moves to the Karain Bazaar. Oh, my aching back. I forgot how badly I injured it. Ow, ow, ow! I need to do some stretching and more exercise when I get back home. Ah! Mr. Wright! Yeah, that's horrible. Have you seen it? Ow! Oh, you're all right, sir? 1 second. Have you seen an escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you to be around here, your benevolence. Mr. Rebel could be lurking nearby. What sort of princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? About the only place that we can examine that is of note is that giant mountain up there, up to Temple, and this manhole cover, which has been opened. Look at all these vegetables. Let's see. There's Capum, Konoro, and Zabas, and they're all freshly picked this morning. I've never heard of any of them. Maybe I'll buy some to see what they taste like. You want some too, Albie? My treat. Really? Thank you, sir. I'll take some of this and this. Oh, and this too. Albie? That's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think? But this is barely enough for a side dish. I hope I brought enough money. That manhole cover, it's open. Whoa, what is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Rebel if I had something with the Rebel scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I've got something with Mr. Rebel's scent on it. Something he might have touched. Possibly. Here, Shadow. How about this? Hope it works. I think he's picked up a scent. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait. Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, so are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove my innocent. How can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She has already been found guilty. Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this case trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. I believe in her. If she says she is innocent, then that means she is innocent. Lawyers must trust in the clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Be careful! Wait, come back here! It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Ah! Ugh. Ow, ow, ow. What happened? I went down to the manhole and then I hit the space bar and I hid. Oh, you finally came too. Ah! I don't remember that face anywhere. And that dragon symbol on his armband. It's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's Rebel. Yikes! Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This offers from my brother-in-arms, Dirk. Right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office! What else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Ryan's public enemy number one is an ex-lawyer? I didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice and slip back to Ryan. Well, wait a second! You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of High Priest Terustami and his acolyte Praise-a-Lot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. I don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. So in the bazaar, we are knocked out and taken to a rebel safe house, which used to be Dirk's law office. We have various different things that we want to examine, but the first that I want to take care of is Dirk's law book, which is down here. Is this a law book? Dragon's mark has been branded onto the cover. I need a... Damn it, this whole damn thing is like all the way down here at the bottom. Alright. So basically, the transcript has everything in reverse than the strategy wiki. So I didn't put the transcript in the proper order. I should have. Ah, that's Dirk's law book. Really? Leader of the rebels. That Dirk? That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. That must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. He must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. Now, for the rest of these, I'm going to do this in reverse order, and I am going to examine everything in here because there's some pretty fun stuff in here. You guys get electricity? Yeah, but the power cuts out occasionally. Well, that's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me. Sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Forget I asked. I'm afraid of what I might find. What's this thing with a dragon on it? Some kind of sign? Yep. That was his business sign back when this was Dirk's law office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was. But it was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. Sure. Is that coat yours, Mr. Arbel? Nah, it belongs to the rebel leader, Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Want to try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course. Bet it would look great on you. Well then, don't mind if I do. Ugh, it smells all moldy. I can't believe you fell for it. The thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Arbel. You guys as big and strong as me? You got even bigger appetites, you know. But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Ah! Sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with a little appetizer. Where is he getting all those apples from? Want to join me, lawyer man? I got plenty of sewer lizards, too. Thanks, but I already ate. What are these hanging here? Lizards? Though, if those so, they're pretty big. Those are sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating. Wait, you eat these? What else would you do with them? Here. Try one. Pass. I'll definitely pass. Missing out on a fine tree, my man. Somehow, I think I'll live without it. And then... there's a ladder leading underground. He must have brought me in through there. But there's no reason for me to leave just yet. I should see what else Mr. Arbel has to say. So, there we go. There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the Queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. Better remember to stay on their good side. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Wow. This was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center. He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yuri. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sabmati. Prosecutor Sabmati is Dirk's son? That he is! Yuri was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. Then why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yuri decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he drove right into the enemy's den. Never would have guessed it looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change the Crying's legal system. The will of a dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yuri was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Goron one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. And Dirk's been beside himself. So he no longer carries the will of a dragon in him. I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. And what about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. Wait, Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising a high hell somewhere. Yes. I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Arbel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Yes. Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the others to you. The office to you. I believe in you, Apollo.
Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine.
He's a responsible young man now. Never lost a loud voice, though. Just double checking, make sure I've got everything there. Ah. Incense and white flowers. Flowers are still fresh. It must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. And did you put these here, Mr. Arbel? Something wrong with flowers? Oh, no. It's just a tradition here in Crying. Pay no mind. Just going through my checklist here, making sure I've got everything that I need. We got that, we got that, we got that. Got that, we got the spread. We got the book, we've got the poster of the Queen, we've got the photo of the board. Fridge, white flowers, incense, Dirk's old robe, food on top of the table, and Dirk's business line. Alright. That is everything that we can examine. So now let's have a quick chat about deaths. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it. Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already done. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. Why didn't you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. So, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You've got to be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of a dragon? Yep, that would be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive, too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please, wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was to try and escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of crying like I'm doing. Oh, really? Ah, Cyclops. Mr. Rebel is hiding something. But I won't know exactly what until I can undo these locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Rebel? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. We now have all of the things that we need in order to unlock these Magatama Cyclops. So, let's talk about Dax's plan real quickly. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope. I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garan regime. Hang on. Do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the high priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in his room if you didn't feel a thing. I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Khura'in. The high priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well? Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Khura'ini's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. How do you exactly plan on proving that? Because this piece of evidence ties you directly with the other rebels. I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? Gulp. They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub. I was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I took the advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I want to kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. And then this proves the flames of revolution still burn on inside you. Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded to the cover. This mark stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It's Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah? So what of it? You have the same mark on that scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves that you're still a rebel. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. We finally get to do it! Take that! We've come full circle, everybody! Presenting Phoenix's attorney's badge is finally helpful. When a person's back is against a wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. Would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No. Because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now admit it. You never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? Look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of a dragon inside of you, too. And we are now officially unlocked. Thanks to Phoenix's persistent pestering of always presenting the badge at every possible opportunity. But unfortunately, before we get to that, or not that, hang on. No. I need to take a quick pause because OBS is frozen on my end, so I need to go fix my setup real quickly. So with that said, we're going to save right here in this time slot, and I'm going to go over here. And we're going to hang out really quickly while I get this fixed. I'm not going to go anywhere because I usually have to push a button manually on OBS in order to tag out. But, yeah. So yeah, my screen is frozen. I will be right back. I'm not going to dip out just yet. I just need to fix my monitor real quickly. BRB. Okay. Had to get the monitor cleared off. With that, I will dip out now. And we'll put the BRB properly up on the screen now that it's actually going to be... Now it's going to click and actually show up. When we come back, we'll continue right where we left off. Back in about 5 or 10. There we go. And we're back. Had to do some technical difficulties and some stuff behind the curtain, but we are continuing right where we left off. So, just a brief recap of some things that I want to talk before I continue onwards into the stream. I had mentioned this previously on the stream, but I do want to recap this because I'm doing this for the video as well. All of the stuff for Dual Destinies is scheduled to be out by March 30th. And they're being batch uploaded onto Twitch about the same time as well. So be expecting for that on DMA Live Replayed. Of course, this video is probably not going to see the light of day on YouTube until April 10th, I think is the date that I'm publishing this. But again, that's just because I'm super behind on everything. I'm like 2 weeks behind, and I want to try to get this all caught up quickly. So options are either daily upload until we're all caught up on the backlog, or space things out at least a little bit so I at least have some sort of a backlog of videos for streams, and have some sort of mystery and kill surprise that I can have for you guys as well. If I could actually get this within a week, that would actually be ideal, Ben. So, Ben is in my Discord chat messaging me. He's saying, oh, it would be nice if you could get within like 72 hours, as you promised. Well, within 2 weeks is also... within 2 weeks is right now decent, because it gives me like 6 streams queued up at a time. And I'm perpetually working on more streams as we're going along as well. So, with that said, I've been rambling for too long. Let us get right back into this, shall we? Shall we? We shall. We shall indubitably get right back into it. I need to remember... So, where we left off, we just unlocked That's a Rebel's Cyclox, and we have officially figured out his true plan. Let's read it, shall we? I plan to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the Royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said, I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting until the very end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there, but the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? I'm gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? Well, I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Well, let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yep. Plus, a hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't just have any ordinary key. I see. And with that, the golden orb has been added to the court record. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother-in-arms fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick up my brain a bit more. Will you learn a little bit about Lady Kira? Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friends Maya suspected as being a rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know anything about who she really is, though, would you? Beats me. But whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk and framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you for sympathizing with a rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. And that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Garan regime. Wow. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I've got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is leading Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. Garan regime is using her control to control the people, even down to what we think. But why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. Ugh, I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. So I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of that evil no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It all happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was a rebel leader, Dirk, who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? Well, that's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were! Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly to contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end the day with your head beneath the headman's axe. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headman's axe. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use a fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against. Yep. All we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. To overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of a defiant dragons. That's a rebel. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see ya. Alley-oop! And he's gone. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. Phew, I finally got out of there. Mr. Wright! I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Shadow, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes ago. About 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Herbal was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. So we move back to the bazaar, and I want to take a quick second to investigate this. This golden orb is by far a particular thing of importance. Remember back in the first investigation where there was a particular thing with the way that everything was set up? The Warbot statue, oh, it's not even this picture. But the Warbot statue had no eye in it. I think our best place to go right now is to head back into the inner sanctum. So, we're back here at the inner sanctum, and I want to take another good look at that statue. But first, let's have some dialogue, shall we? Barbed Head, you already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Hmm? Oh, yes. You cannot stump me, I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. So moving over here, I want to examine the statue really closely again. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Notice that there is an eye socket where something needs to go in there. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape. I wonder. I knew it. What? She must be at a loss of words, and that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Rafa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thinking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbot from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. But I better hurry before she changes her mind. From here, we now have access to the rebel hideout. And we actually have a couple of accolades that we can take care of in this part of the investigation. In the previous part, I mentioned that there were some accolades that we still have yet to accomplish. We could take care of another step in 2 of these right now. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about the warbot revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect the sacred space. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most secret place. It's a desecration upon Creatism itself. The defiant dragons shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset. But the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of this place. Good thing I brought the camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Rafa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. With that, the rebel hideout photo has been added to the court record. Now, to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it's hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time! Sheesh. From here, we get an option to examine multiple different things. The first thing I want to examine is this bloodstain by the water. What's this? A bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what happened here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something for just for times like these. I thought it might help in your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. So it can detect areas where blood has been wiped up. It might help us figure out just what happened in here. Alright, time for science to do its own thing. First, let's put on these red tinted glasses to see the luminols glow. For this, I will be checking out for the duration of this scene. Then I just press A wherever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where the blood will react by turning... Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps a high priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbot statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here. But it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh, right. Luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the blood stain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because a Warbot revolving door passed over it? The Rebel hideout photo has been updated into the court record. And now we're back. And we have the area next to the door taken care of for a forensic expert. For a couple other things, we have this banner. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. Huh? Oh, there's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? So this is a water source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira used this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like in the water in the spring. Well, it's also not red like in the water in the spring. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. Huh? What's that earthy grass-like smell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so the shaggy green stuff is moss. It looks like some of the moss is about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! Slab started to wobble. What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing! All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable, but probably best not to touch it again. Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a plumed Punisher clock. Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays a plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. She snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch. If I'm right. It's a plumed Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who used this room must be plumed Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. There's a plumed Punisher calendar here. Now I understand. The villains in this plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. When watching the show, Mr. vows to ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. The statue door rotates when you pull this chain. I see. You must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. That will deprive the insurgents of access to this place. But would that trap me in here? Not to worry. I will come to visit you once a year. She's actually serious. Weapons, and lots of them too. We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head. Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother! What? What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the Wright infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk. 23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abadami is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. Well, I think that covers about everything here. Mr. Wright! You should have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. But before we do that, we've already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. There is an accolade that you can earn by examining the rebellious notes once again. Is there anything else you'd like me to read, Barbed Head? Oh, let's see, how about this note? Let me see that. Kanuro, Zabas, Barbar, Yak, and Ro. Wait, this looks familiar. What is it? Some kind of Karanist spell? No, it's a recipe for Chinese curry. I guess the rebels enjoy a home-cooked meal just like everyone else. And a rebellious recipe has been awarded. Such a hidden little gem, but, you know, we're almost at the end of our investigation, but let's head back to Temple and go over everything that we learned from the second day. Welcome back, Mr. Wright! How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way! I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Prosecutor Sabmani has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Perez a lot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach you, that neophyte practitioner, a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She has made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything we know so far? Alright, let's see here. Acolyte's Alat was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know. It's a very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zalat enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Karain. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled with her faith and laws. We can't allow people to be controlled by fear and violence. That sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira is really one of the Ministry and subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found in the inner sanctum. There was a bloodstain inside. But I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. Wow! A secret room in the inner sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that a hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Ugh. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rafa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always worked against the accused. Not always. Right. It's like Dirk used to say. Royal Priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Khura'in find it strange. Mr. Wright? I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow! Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've connected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. And what I've got right now is a to be continued and another opportunity to save and cut to intermission, which I will do following this. So, when we come back, we will go right into Trial Day 2, Part 1. Going to take a second to get my notes switched over. This will probably be about another 5-10 minute break. We'll be back in a few. And I'm back, officially. And we're continuing things officially into Trial Day 2, Part 1. I have taken some extra time to look over my notes, and I have come to the conclusion that it's going to be a lot of dialogue and not much activity, other than a couple of things that I need to point out when we get to them. We have one cross-examination, insight, and then we have some verbal arguments to determine what exactly happened in this half of the trial. But of course, this is a two-part trial, and part 2 will be where we will take a break one last time and then go right into the finale of, well, the finale of this episode, I should say. With that said, let us go right into it. So you got that. Gonna pop up here. And let us continue on into the next chapter. May 12th, 9:34 a.m. High Court of Khura'in, accused lobby. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? Well, it doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. A steel samurai versus a plumed punisher, right? You bet! You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and ready to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rafa doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Go ahead. Feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya. Let's head on in. May 12th, the High Court of Khura'in. Court is now in session. All rise. Now then, if everyone is ready, The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Salmari. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today, she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Perez Alat. Now then, Prosecutor Salmari, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. The accused is now slaying two of the most devout clergymen in Koreanism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Then, what terrible fate awaits her? Bargiko compel, the realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar Balgalun of Pulmaton. Furthermore, Guljama... Enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue. Mine is the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Perez Alat. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of faithful, deep in prayer. The Wabat dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. The Wabat dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in of itself. No, I didn't do it! Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused Maifei is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... Well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Salmari? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence! Stop right there, Prosecutor Salmari. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was all that about? Barbed head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is, I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Nana, I forgot that I can actually talk through all of this. Skip! There we go. Just gonna save the whole spiel of the Dance of Devotion. We've already seen it in the first part, and this isn't gonna be the last time that we see it. Ruh-roh. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence! What in the world? I was unable to invoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Well, come to think of it, I must go perform a divination seance for Pere Zalat. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She was to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. And it would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I'm not anything of the sort! The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa. What are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt, with or without a divination seance. Ha 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 ha! You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sadmati. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So, shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. And I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. And the truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please, you are not helping. How dare you! The voice of a Matama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. We'll find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadmati had suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you... I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Oh, believe me, it won't. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky. I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now. By giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. Oh, I can't do this. Ah! No eating in the sacred hall of justice. Miss Sky! Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out, eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of the case. And with that, we go officially to Emma's testimony. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was praised a lot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, believe in me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? As if we already knew. What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolytes a lot. Because it might just prove to be the key to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I can figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. And a very blunt, subtle way of pointing things out this time, if I do say so myself. Alright. Overview of the second murder. Basically, I'm going to cut to the chase. You can absolutely press every single statement, but there's one specific statement that you need to press. Lay's victim was praised a lot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, believe in me, has identified the victim's body. Was Mrs. Amy positive ID the only way you could verify the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry, but what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess used a deceased's face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID, and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Karain. An illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. Ugh! I had always thought of Acolyte Zayla was Chinese. Oh, how the high priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Yes, please. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem that to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense, but if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. This adds a statement. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Do we not know his real name? Because I think I might know just what. Wait, I need this button. There we go. I always thought it weird that this tattoo had a red outline instead of a black one. Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Chinese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Chinese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. Well, this proves that the victim was Chinese. Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach. I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Korean. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now we've got bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow? Oh my! What? This mark akin is only borne by members of the Cronist clergy. So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason to that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as a mark an all Cronist clergy bear. Hey, you're right! Until about 20-some-odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right, but that is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters a clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it! I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all here. Oh my! You never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name... Seriously? What the fuck? And his name is Real Nemu. What? 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 Okay. I can see why Praise-a-Lot ended up changing his name. He became a monk some 20 years ago. Then that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, it's not important right now. The important thing is that we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave to fence. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well, let the divination seance be held once more. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, Princess, because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence. So now, I will officially play this out for you guys, because I'm nice. So yeah, like I mentioned, I will let this play out because reasons that you will see soon enough. This time, it works. We see the scent of Gingo, a plumed Punisher theme, a heavy feeling, and then pain. A fairly short but sweet vision. Oh my! Hang on, I need to bring myself back in for this one. All right. Oh, there we go. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Praise-a-Lot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last, we have seen the victim's final moments. But All we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts? I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Submadi, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher strap! Uh-oh. When you press the Magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt, it seemed the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it! There's only one of those in the whole wide world! Maya, no! God damn it! It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, and you just basically ruined the entire damn case. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. This is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections... Slow down there, your majesty. At least allow me to make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it has been interpreted correctly. Gah, you do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Matama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let me see you prove it. There we go. Rafa's insight. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. The pattern on the plaza's ground was visible in the darkness. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused held the victim down and plunged her dagger into his upper back. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. And that is everything that the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. But I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased's sensations very carefully. It was a night of the rite. Then, if it was a night of the rite, then why is that still there? Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? It cannot be otherwise. The accused slew the Acolyte a lot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says gingle? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any gingle on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled gingle on the night of the rite. The High Priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of gingle-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time of the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of gingle pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite. I'm not so easily fooled. Did the autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. All right. We talked about that yesterday. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it is possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. And it is as such. Gah! While you're grumbling to yourself, I want to take a look at that updated autopsy report. Time of death, May 10th, 2 to 3 a.m. Oh, wait, that's Trustemies. Whoops. Time of death is May 8th between 12 and 3 p.m., based on the divination seance. Cause of death was spinal cord injury from a stab wound to his back. The weapon is thought to be the Warbot dagger, the same weapon used to kill the High Priest. I was looking at the wrong autopsy report for a second there. I hate the fact that I have to deal with two cases at the same time. Anyway. Barbed Head, you blinded me with science! So sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours, the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon was, with the accused prints on it, is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. And the second statement is updated to be the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern of the plaza's ground was visible. Was it the plaza's ground? The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick! A change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. So again, for the first two, you don't need to pause at any specific time. It's just anytime you see this smell, you can present that for the first one, and then anytime you see this, specifically for the site, that is where you can say, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible, but was it? Was it the plaza ground? I find that hard to believe. Oh, no, this is the second panel. Okay. The change in the date and time of the crime has caused new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Ah! You're making that irrefutable face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There's nothing to see. The crowd at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. Because on the day before the riot, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence should show why the plaza's ground should not have been visible that day. This newspaper has an article in it that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the riot. What? But... The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise your argument is worthless. How about that? Oh, I haven't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already? Not at all. No, where have I seen something green and shaggy? Of course! This shows where the victim was killed. The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There is no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor, anyway. And then what did the victim see in his last moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout? I infer that this is what the victim saw in his final moments. The shaggy green surface of the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab. And that does not agree with the seance vision. That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed. What evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at a second version of this photo that I have made for you. You can see the results of a luminol test that I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the high priest's blood that flowed in from the outside. So we haven't tested it yet.
Then you must do so at once.
Yes, Your Majesty. Quick little loading later, and...
It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please.
The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Perez a lot, just like the defense claims.
Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight.
I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for.
Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but...
Go for it. It's full speed ahead.
The victim was killed in the rebel hideout on the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So, when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead.
Doug!
And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be... how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Why, these are the photos of the Inner Sanctum? I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed.
The time was mistaken? And the place too? Just what do you believe that proves?
That my client is innocent.
What if her fingerprints on the dagger and the plumed Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence.
I see your point.
Wasn't this your big chance, Nick?
Really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you.
Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them.
Really?
What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo.
Oh!
The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence.
Nope.
Nope. I meant to hit the other button.
We're backing up and doing that again.
I meant to hit the other button. Thankfully, autosave kicks in fairly close by. Either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Obviously, it's a plumed Punisher theme. And we know exactly why. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh! The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. Plumed Punisher theme. There we go. The Plumed Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Well, since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, There's something there that played the theme song, other than my client's strap.
It wasn't the strap. Is this true?
The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this. This is a Plumed Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. And what proof do you have that the alarm went off? What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Dog! Do not twist the facts with your loyally wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty, based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here's what really happened. For the first time, Insight revises two statements at once. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was afternoon of the day before the riot. Then, someone was there, and the theme to the Plume Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere if I can. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger.
Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case.
No, there is one.
What's this? You still claim there is to be an inconsistency?
Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. Yep. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. I doubt that, because it ended up being really heavy. Therefore, I have reason to believe the victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from?
Yes, I see your point.
Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down.
Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim?
What caused the heavy sensations to let field? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree. That sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also a matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of heavy sensation?
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us?
Of course. We just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was the only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath.
What?
Oh, and the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death. Rather, he was stabbed. Oh, yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the stab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have been crushed together.
Well, would you care to explain?
Sure, I'd love to. Doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the stab fell on the victim? After the slab fell on the victim. The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance there is. So, what was a real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy report didn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime in the century? Hey! Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of a crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbat dagger. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting that the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what I think really took Perez-Alot's life. But that is, the Warbat statue? Exactly. The Warbat statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life. You imbecilic fool. The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbot statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. And unfortunately, the Warbot statue was right behind him. This cannot be! But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbot statue was what killed the victim. And the Warbot statue is now finally admitted as evidence into the court record. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick! How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me.
As you wish.
I feel kind of bad for her.
Now then, I would have the defense continue. And please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died.
Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbot dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon.
Well, that does seem to agree with what we have now. But why would the real killer go to such lengths?
I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with a dagger and moving it to the plaza was... Again, if I'm very uncareful with this, I do lose penalties on this. So, obviously, the correct option is they were killed to make it look like a serial murder. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. In this forged serial murder case.
They did?
That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away.
Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy.
What?
Like those putrid hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole-riddled brain, is putrefied.
What's his deal with things going putrid?
You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the riot, but Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest.
But I have never been to the rebel hideout in my life.
When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Sadmati has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
And why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things.
The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has a judge convinced too. Thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not?
Groan of distress?
Kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday, and that makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Karain? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But now I realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum?
Only those involved with the Wright can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the Wright had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel, is... Huh? Did somebody come to mind? Yes. Except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from the sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objections. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Submati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Prezalat's murder. Even if the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate life. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a person truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe a prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is Abbott. Trust in me. It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the riot. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well that they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second! Could this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get to the deceased to testify? There is a way for the dead to testify. It's known as spirit channeling. We can summon him here by the means of spirit channeling. What do you Jews say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege! May the Holy Mother strike him down! Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell him. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Khura'in. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so... I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Khura'in. We don't have any other choice, now do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Khura'in. Alright. Thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone who is capable of channeling spirits. But even her benevolence, Princess Rafa, finds a divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be... me. Is this some kind of a joke?
A foreigner cannot possibly have such power.
Even the royal priestess is incapable of such a feat.
Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling?
Well, yes. Yes, I can.
Now, your majesty.
We'd like your permission to begin.
Your benevolence.
This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling?
Her benevolence speaks her truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right.
Fine devils! I say they should be put to death immediately. Still your voices. Barbed head, spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose?
Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling?
I will judge whether their claim is true. But this is but another of their lies. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot.
Very well, then. Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit?
Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits?
Oh, no. But I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present.
Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power.
That is a relief indeed.
These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sudmati?
Perfectly, your benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as our preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned.
I wholeheartedly agree. As we are 3 hours and change into the recording and over 4 hours into the stream, I'm going to do one last save for tonight. And then we're going to be right back. I will go ahead and pause the recording right now. When we come back, the continuation / finale of this chapter of the Wright of Turnabout. And we're back for the final time tonight. I don't know why my blockhead's being so dumb, but my blockhead's been acting all sorts of weird. I think it's because of the consistent use that I've been using this for a lot of things. And it's just glitching out like you wouldn't believe. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to refresh my V model. And hopefully that should fix things, at least for the rest of the night tonight. Sometimes I have to just go in and go onto the specific scene that this little model is shown on and just do a full reload of that page. So I do apologize. During the break, I had my coffee, we talked about a schedule, and we are about ready to continue into the finale of this chapter, where we finish the Wright of Turnabout. But first, regardless if you can chat with us tonight or not, I do appreciate you guys hanging on out. Of course, the Lurker Special is always still a thing. If you would like a free shout-out once per stream, you can type in the command !LURK, L-U-R-K, in the chat. We'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. Also, I have some naughty beans that I need to take care of really quickly. Hang on a minute. In the memento, we're gonna do this live because I feel so inclined to do this while I'm recording. Yep. So I have one naughty being confirmed. And yeah, we got a double trouble. Hello. Guess what? I get to drop some hammers on some people. Oh wait, I need to be in mod view for this. Shoot. There we go. Mute that. 1 and a 2. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. I had to take care of some naughty beans who are just being bots in my chat, and I don't appreciate bots. So, anyway, we got people that are... So, bots basically hang out in the chat, but they don't say or do anything. And as such, they don't contribute to any of my statistics at all. So, again, that's mainly the reason behind the lurkers incentive is, hey, come on in, say something so I know that you're actually a person, and solemnly swear that you're not a robot, and then we get to take care of that. Now then, now I dropped the hammer on a couple of nasty bots, let's go and finish this game, shall we? Or at least finish this part of the game for tonight. Thank you for reminding me as well, Stream Elements, that our community Discord server, the Metro Realm, is also now open to the public once more. Access to the server can be available for those that are interested in joining via the website, metrorealm.net/discord, or by typing in the command !Discord into the chat. You'll get the link for that as well. All right. This is it. We have 1, 2, 3 bits of testimony, the revisualization, the finale part, what really happened, and then some stuff to take care of for the epilogue. Actually, no, not really something to take care of for the inner thing, but, you know, I'm glad that the strategy wiki is at least a little bit more simplistic for this part of the investigation. I might just reach out to them and say, hey, can we maybe get some more dialogue for these chapters? Because it's been fairly light. But I digress. Let's get right into it, shall we? But also, I have some coffee ready. High Court of Crime Accused Lobby. And I'm going to go and enjoy that with some coffee, shall we? Still a bit too warm. Woo! It's a little warm in the studio tonight. I do apologize. I'm going to kick this back on, actually, just so it can cool off a little bit quicker. Anyway. Accused lobby. We're in this to win this, so let's do this, shall we? Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least, I hope she can. So, you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training is one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel a high priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be the moment you never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear about Amy's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so too. But he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so... I doubt it'll be all cut and dried as all that.
They're ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once.
Okay, Maya. I'm counting on you.
You got it. Here we go.
We have received official approval, for the accused to channel the spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Fey, please proceed.
Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I've been studying here in Crane for 2 years now. So that one day, I will be the master of Crane, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she really seems that confident. Neophyte practitioners such as yourself cannot possibly channel a spirit. Okay, your benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Oh, spirit of trust in me, slumbering in the twilight realm, return now to the world of the living.
What is this place? Oh my!
No, this cannot be.
Balkunka!
It's the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused spiritual power is a real deal. Go Maya. I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself.
Have it me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abbot Timmy? My, but if it isn't His Majesty. Have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Please, do not count me as among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why, Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for the splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me...
Uh-oh. What? There, that is better. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he'd keep his top on. Yeah, you're not the only one, Phoenix. Hmm? Why, you are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest, but you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with proper training. Oh, I wonder if I'll be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the high priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Perez-a-Lot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte's a lot. He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and has access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abatami. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow! The High Priest is amazing! To think he had mastered Joseph's prayer pose. He's still worthy of our adoration, even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother! Praise be to the Holy Mother! Oh my. Have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Quiranism, join the rebellion? The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Abatami, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zalat to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember? The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmari concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not of my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? Ha 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 ha! It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abatami, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home.
And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Well, come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory.
A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled.
Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all memories it had in previous life.
The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack?
Well, I did literally say this was the right way of Turnabout. So in true Phoenix Wright fashion, we get to press every single damn thing.
But there's only 3 statements, so...
We have an ironclad alibi for the time which during the murder took place. You use the word alibi as if it were second nature.
Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Karayan itself you wish to ridicule?
Come on! Everybody and their grandma knows what an alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom dramas on TV.
Peace, 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 I say! Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement?
But please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just, alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally.
I assure you I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments.
Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. Almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Yeah, and you know what I'm prepping myself for? Another sip of coffee. One sec. There we go. Just past noon on the day before the Wright, I was entertaining guests at my home. Guests? And you were entertaining them personally.
That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation.
He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as a murder? Maybe you misremembered?
Ka! Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear.
So sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though, I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. The spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it quite clearly recalls all the memories it had in life.
There's nothing better than enjoying Gango cuisine with dear friends. And that way everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous.
Right.
And I believe my guests can corroborate this.
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify.
Well, it was none other than His Majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend to the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown.
Wait a second.
Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Well, thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Emmy. Lady Emmy's cooking simply cannot be beat.
So, there you have it.
And when exactly was His Majesty at your home?
He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte was slain.
Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachu Damal. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. That, unfortunately, is automatically added to the testimony without any explanation or deliberation why. We do get a chance to press this. Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court.
His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed the murder.
How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and I had the exact time as my watch.
Now, do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte a lot?
Arrgh! His Majesty is a witness?
Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abadami's alibi.
If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Yes, there is. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well, then perhaps you could explain what it might be. Gladly. This is what's wrong with the testimony. After Abadami was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zilla was murdered. Now that you mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zilla was dead. When you were still alive.
Hug!
Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed?
About that,
Open your heart! Let the Holy Mother in! Why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer.
all who serve Her Holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul.
Open your heart and let the Holy Mother in! Purge your mind of greed and bias! I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear.
How can you be so sure?
What's that supposed to mean?
This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Quirinus to prayer.
Huh?
Abadami was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the incident. But knew of what happened at the hideout, not the incident. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home.
What?
You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As ye had surmised, There was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything useful, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using it as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... Huh? There's something under the banner. A microphone. What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Oh, that was a listening device? It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family had left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. All right then, bailiff. Yes, your majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the high priest's home. At once, your majesty. The power of Carinist prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Amid to continue with his testimony. Very well. Second testimony is literally second verse, same as a first. Except, there are a couple of specific tricks and gimmicks that we need to press in this order. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the high priest was a rebel, he was still a Carinist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare he suspect the high priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind! As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. So, this is literally same verse like the first. We eventually need to press all of his statements, but we have a specific order in which we need to do so for this time. First, we press on the first and fourth statement to add new testimony. You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime. Indeed. My wife Believe was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why, yes. She was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Emmy. Should I have Abbot and me add that statement to its testimony? Yes. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. This adds a second statement between the first and the original second. My wife Believe was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. It sounded like an altercation between Acolytes a lot. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence. So yeah, we jumped now to the last statement, not the fourth statement, because, again, numbers are out of order. I want to double-check my notes just to make sure. A loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte's a lot. They must have felt so heavy. Must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Yes. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. And this adds in the final statement, number 6. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zalat. It must have felt so heavy. Now then. So all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape. And he was with His Majesty and his family at the time. Now that I have proven the soundness of my alibi, I believe it is about time for me to return to the Twilight Realm. What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? Better find a way to attack his alibi soon. I'll just have to press harder and hope something useful comes out. At this point, skip the first and the fifth statements of the 6 and press every other statement in sequential order. There's this first new statement, statement number 3, statement number 4, and the last statement. For context, here's the order of which the dialogue appears if you press on all of those statements in that order that I described. Starting back at the top. What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured hot and surprise and melt malt. They are both traditional Chinese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Or hot and surprise. Ah, yes! The exquisite zest of hot and surprise, and the supreme texture of melt and malt. Lady Amy's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know that you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left, when I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. You heard everything from a recording? Indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing cryonism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the warbard over the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Salat and Acolyte Faye. Wait, hold it! Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Salat and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove? I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and climb up. Aye! Now, I will continue my testimony if I may. So, this is a statement that we skip. After that, there was a loud noise followed by a haunting silence. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, we skipped this statement and then 6. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zalat. It must have felt so heavy.
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zalot's death?
Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zalot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zashre Matamiyoma. Zashre Matamiyoma. Zashre Matamiyoma. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Zashre Matamiyoma.
Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now?
Mr. Wright, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be.
This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abadami. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left?
Yes. I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had.
And the victim's body?
It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating.
So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo?
Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day.
So the stone slab had been put back in place. The rebel hideout photo has been updated into the court record, and we are encouraged at this time to take another look at that specific photo. Specifically, zooming in, we see the two handprints right here. You also see a huge chip right here in the corner. Also, there is a blood that's there on the floor. And then, as we know, there was luminol testing that confirmed that there was blood on the revolving door. Again, it was just a note for me to reinvestigate that specifically because I thought it would be important to the case.
Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat?
No, wait. I just need a little more time.
If you insist.
At this point, the rebel hideout photo has been updated in the court record. This gives us exactly what we need to finally declare an objection. Abadami, you said, and I quote, "Poor Zalot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe that he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zalot, impaling him on the warbot statue left behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier.
Would the defense please get to the point?
My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death.
I still don't see your point.
I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed.
Why?
And that is information only the real killer would have known. I definitely saw it that time.
the high priest's spirit shaking in his boots. Or should I say sandals. Need I remind you, Apatemy was with his majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow?
Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation.
I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The high priest knew something only the killer could have known because he must have heard how the victim died from the real killer.
The real killer?
Of course. That makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation.
So tell us, who is this real killer?
It's gotta be someone close to the high priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is Believe in Me. Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Emmy at all, did you?
No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything?
Tell me, did the High Priest ever leave your sight?
No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway.
So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Emmy might have killed Acolyte Zealot. You have a lot of nerve, making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Emmy could have been the one posing as Lady Kira. Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel? As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too.
Are you suggesting that Mrs. Emmy killed her husband as well?
It's sad as it is to think that she killed her own husband and rid the kingdom of rebels. I don't think we can rule it out.
Hold it! Yikes! You claim my wife is at rebel hunting, Lady Kira? And that she slew both Zealot and myself. My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible! Caw! Yikes! I've never seen the High Priest so angry.
It is as Apatemy stated, and the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it.
That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now.
No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Apatemy. Your wife, Lady Emmy, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her.
Hold it. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira.
For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother.
Ah, I completely forgot about that.
That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused.
This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly?
You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Emmy.
What?
Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels.
What are you talking about?
My good prosecutor, I can see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. And then you have figured it out as well, Abbot Emmy. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how my affair is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it were to surge your anger, then by all means, please testify. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was a real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebel among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman.
But...
Do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say, dead, proof of her terrible power.
Maya's ability to channel spirits, it's come back to haunt her.
Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense?
No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Oh, I know. The laws of spirit channeling have been known throughout this case. You need two things in order to determine a person and summon them, as well as recall their matama for spirit channel. For either spirit channeling or for divination seance.
Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it.
I would like to call baloney on that because there we go. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira?
Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within.
Abademi, I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira.
What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain?
This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. The mask. Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit.
It can't be.
Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira.
Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Gah. And with Lady Kira out of the question, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Emmy was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the rule and running. And Mr. Rebel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. But that leaves us with... Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as a rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as a rebel hunting Lady Kira. Rule number 5 of the Ace Attorney. When you eliminate the impossible, all that remains, no matter how ludicrous it may be, has to be the real truth. The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is... Praise a lot. What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace! I say peace! The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. We'll have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Amy or any of the other possibilities. That leaves us a lot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zalat was posing as Lady Kira is none other than this. This is what proves that Acolyte Zalat and Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Therefore, Acolyte Zalat could have delivered the warning any time he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, then who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Emmy. There's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Emmy is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul. Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger that my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zalat. And the Plumed Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking to her to the crime have been called into question.
Was Lady Amy a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot now a rebel, and was the accused of Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. But what are we to do now? Hold it! That alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout?
Yes, but what of it?
So that's it.
What's gotten into him?
Abbott and me, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. Has simply tickled my funny bone.
What did?
The theme song came from the Plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off.
What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked.
Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off?
Wait, you don't mean...
Indeed. We leave the alarm switched off at all times.
No!
In that case, I'm sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright?
Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard from the accused strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is a rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the victim's killer. I need an opening. Something I can raise an objection to.
The Plumed Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it, by way of listening device.
But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to that fact before?
Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott and Me was channeled.
Oh, right. Then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off?
Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie when easily disproven.
If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is, in fact, switched off. Ugh! Come to think of it. What a fine item. In the switch, if I'm right. We set the switch back into the off position before we left.
I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went... Dun 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 dun.
Distinctive taiko drums in the intro.
This trial has gone for far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now?
By all means. And let us also return Abbott and Me's spirit to the Twilight Realm.
Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Before you say that, I have a word or two that I want to say. Objection! Now hold on just one moment. Your Majesty.
Yes?
The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence.
It is. Still you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames.
You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. All I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro. This is what's inconsistent with this statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap.
What does that have to do with anything?
It plays a plumed Punisher theme song, and here it is. The theme to the plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the plumed Punisher theme song.
I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the Plume Punisher theme?
In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plume Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Tokyo.
Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, what is the Steel Samurai of which you speak?
The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Tokyo is an action hero show from America. The Plume Punisher's theme is a total rip, it is very similar to it. If you don't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two.
But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout.
Actually, no. You have it backwards.
Backwards?
That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plume Punisher fan here in Karayan. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plumed Punisher strap.
And this avid Plume Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot.
Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me.
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she will tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath.
Oh, baby, we have a max! This is it, do or die. If we F up here, it is game over. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This literally is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Good question. It is at this point that I would like to direct your attention once again to the family photo. You might be curious to realize that in this photo, we see Maya with a Plumed Punisher strap. Abbott and me, Mrs. Emmy, and Perez a lot. But what you should also pay more attention to is on Mrs. Emmy's wrist. That is a smoking gun. Or what we call in the States a smoking gun.
Very well then. Please present your evidence if you would, defense.
The evidence that proves Mrs. Emmy was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is none other than this. Take that! It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Emmy and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here. Take that! Look at Mrs. Emmy's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott and me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zalat was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Mrs. Emmy had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Emmy was wearing.
Hold it! I wish you amended my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife had never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, Your Majesty.
Be not deceived by the defense lawyer chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There is a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid that it is there, all right. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who has no vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For it is as you said, and Lady Inmi, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zalat, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain.
That means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
Dag! Could have missed that. Who are you going to say killed the high priest? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now?
No!
Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? Ag! I'm in hot water again. I don't have any other suspects in the high priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure it out. Who really killed the high priest? Time for a little revisualization. And for this part, I will tuck out. So if Acolyte did not happen, Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? The spring was stained red before the rite. All right. Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the high priest's murder because of Zalat's blood. That's right. Zalat had been killed in the rebel hideout that day, before the rite. And his blood had flowed into the spring. But wait a second. The high priest knew that Zalat had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. But why didn't the high priest inform the authorities then? He wanted to keep the hideout secret. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to... Bingo! He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He concealed the source of the blood within his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was... Trust himself. Trust's death was a suicide. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What? What's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I never heard of anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sadamati says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. All right. Dagger was impaled by Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Because Trust died by a different weapon. Of course! That's it! What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed in Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does it mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. You will not listen to reason. Then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on that trial thus far, I'll spot the clue that I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. It was staring us right in the face the whole goddamn time. What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time. And its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte a lot. That's right. It was a Warbot statue. You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No. He lies. Pay him no heed. Hold it. Why, it's... Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Hold it! Believe. No. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot and me. Let your wife speak. Now, Lady Amy, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon. The time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Pere was slain. I have never been more happy to hear this in my life. That sound! It's the Steel Samurai alarm. I, too, like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day. But I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not of what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Abbot and me! Bailiff, summon a physician at once! The physician is now attending to the high priest, so there is no need to fear. Now then, let us continue. Yeah, continue having my coffee. Because I know we're almost done. But I have one last thing I need to present. Woo! Squeaky voice. Yeah, my voice would get squeaky if I was screaming at the top of my lungs like that, too. Thankfully, I am holding back at least a little bit. What about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Emmy, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare for Death's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes. Perez was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel. I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Emmy. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Perez Zealot. Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I've got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. The trip up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte's a lot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Quirinus clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police? And that explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be. Is it true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Peace! Now, Lady Amy, please continue. Prey suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Hold it! Allow me to take it from here. But to me, are you sure you're all right now? I am sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zalat, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at the time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all. So, you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fay's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbot statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been Acolyte Fay's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the ropes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sadamari, as well one versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Emmy's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. And this explains why the High Priest took his own life. The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Emmy's killing of Acolyte Zalat in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. In crime, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments.
The lawyer speaks true, and that is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbot statue. I made sure it seemed that Acolyte Faye was a rebel hunting Lady Kira.
Hold it! But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence?
Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife.
If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense.
Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel.
How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been some other ways to cover up the crime.
Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... Poor Rafa. She really is taking this hard. But I can't say that I'm surprised.
Mr. Felix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law.
Of course. I'll do whatever I can.
What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty.
Yes?
I ask that you please look after my wife.
You have my word.
Your Benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of parting, if you please.
Very well. Hold it! Your Benevolence. Please, allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Emmy. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything.
I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love.
But now you can watch over me from the world beyond.
Yes, always and forever.
And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Farewell, my darling Trust. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick?
It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act.
Well, I see no need to continue this trial. And does the prosecution have anything to say?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you. One that I will pay back in court someday.
Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense, Phoenix Wright, not guilty.
It's over. And it is 11 o'clock on the dot! Damn it! Oh, I could not time that perfect if I tried. I wish I could pull up my clock IRL and show it to you. Because it literally is 11 o'clock right now. Wait, I do have a means of showing it to you. Hang on. Hang on. I've got one of the things I got to do. I knew this would come in handy. Alright, so... Need to hide that. You know how I have a specific thing below the stream? It is literally just after 11 o'clock. I am at time for the night. And we are almost finished with this. Jesus H. Criminy. This has been a ridiculous case, to say the least. But, before we end things off, let's go back here, and let's read about what really happened. Thankfully, it's fairly short compared to the others. Believe and Trust in Me were rebels. Praise-a-Lot was a Lady Kira rebel hunter and a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice, Inga Karkul Karain. He discovered Believe at the rebel hideout while he was planning Dat's a rebel's escape. She had no choice but to kill him. I should move on over here. She pushed the stone slab and made Zalat fall on his back, getting stabbed by the Warbot statue. Trust chilled Zalat's body in the snow, and then took it to the Plaza of Devotion to make it look like the murder was more recent. Then, placed Lady Kira's dagger where his stab wound already was. He didn't tell Believe any of this, fearing that she would have tried to stop him. Trust finally decided to frame Maya. To place her fingerprints on the dagger, he had her hold onto it in her hand during the rehearsal prior to the day of the rite. Finally, as seen in the first seance insight, he placed Lady Kira's robes on the Warbot statue, ran into it, and stabbed himself. And as he was dying, he took off the robes before collapsing onto the ground. Believe used Rafa's Magatama parting to return Trust's spirit back to the Twilight Realm. He leaves Maya's body, and he farewells her darling. Previously, all of the charges have been cleared. Both Maya Fey and Phoenix Wright are not guilty. And now... So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here really is stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah. It even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira was here, I wonder which side she would take. Which side she would take. Bleh.
And of course, since I bumped us all around, your benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering, are you alright? Quiet, you. How could it possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me? Trampling my insights underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos. You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Oof. That was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with a victim's matama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturn my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges, rather than the truth. I am now left with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rafa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Matama. That is where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Matama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not divination science, that brought the truth to light. How dare you, an outsider like you, employ the Queen's secret art? What can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? Royal priestess, bested by a lowly outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Huh? Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? A station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? Listen, the people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I do not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's all right, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master. Guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. Barbed Head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in the last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rights to that, is the root of it all. But that is a dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence, as Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. What was that? It came from the hallway. Smoke, we better go check it out. Hurry!
Mrs. Emmy! Mr. Wright, Acolyte, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband.
Lady Emmy, we gotta hurry!
That voice, is that Mr. Orbo? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly.
Hey there, PW! I wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk! Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk? After them! Don't let him get away!
Power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey, Nick! I hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Blue Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. And with that, that is a finale of The Wright of Turnabout. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the stream. And next time on Apollo Justice Trilogy, we will start the fairly short episode, the shortest of the series, Turnabout Storyteller, which is Athena's specific stream. Now, before I do that, I need to go really quickly over just one quick thing. Before I do that, there's one quick song that I want to make sure I put in. We'll end things off tonight with the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Tokyo. And we also have our raid message for the night, I believe. I do believe that we have a raid message for tonight. So tonight's raid message, I'm making very clear. The right of the Wright and Co. legal team. No, wait, no. Hang on. There's tonight's raid message, everyone. Love from the Wright and Co. legal team. Take that. And as far as our target, well, I think tonight we are going to go. Tonight is Tuesday, and let's see if there's anyone that's live right now. All right. I'm going to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you all in the next one.